All right, welcome everybody. Welcome. Hey, Katie. Sorry I couldn't stream her sooner to cure your boredom. All right, let's do the quick build overview. I'll try and get through it as fast as possible. I'm not going to be doing too much different today than yesterday, but if you're just catching this for the first time, we're using a relic of the claw. This is 7% damage increase whenever you hit an ability that is a disable. It doesn't actually have to interrupt or CC them, it just has to do the damage packet. So that means that Reaver's Rage, Spear 4, Demon Stamp Sleep, all of these abilities will proc it. Okay. Also Jade Winds, Enforced Engagement. So we got to make sure that we're rotating CCs into our build, particularly when we're in Greatsword. With Spear, the Spear 4 handles it mostly, and you just throw in 1 extra CC. Greatsword, you have to do 2 CCs. Anyway, the stats we're running is full Berserker, all power, precision, and ferocity, and just going glass cannon. Okay, just going just going one shot basically. So 7% damage increase, full Berserker stats, all power infusions, Dragon Hunter runes because Revenant gets increased power from might, so we tend to have an excess of power, so it's better numerically for Revenants to use higher ferocity stuff. So that's also why we use a cruelty sigil. And today I'm going to be testing the Severance sigil here. So whenever you interrupt an enemy, so this one is only when I actually do interrupt. That is an important difference. So it has a much lower uptime than Claw Relic. But for 4 seconds, I'm going to gain 250 ferocity, and it'll crit cap me. I don't really care that much about the crit cap. If I'm noticing this is not proccing enough, I'll probably switch it back to Force or Yeah, probably force. It's just force is the most consistent, but I kind of want to see if I can get any crazy numbers of this. Might switch to Jade Winds. It'll depend on how our strips are looking. If we have good strips in the party for the guild, I can switch off of Malix and just use Jade Winds. That's like the optimal DPS for us, but this provides using Demon Stance provides us really similar access to, you know, spike damage and good DPS, but you also have the utility of using strips or a pool on your group if possible. The pool is really low priority though, so the strips is what's really good about it. So that's it. That's pretty much it. Hydromancy energy on Greatsword always for me. I think that's just the best. Today I'll be running Spirit Boon if I'm in Demon Stance, and if I'm running Shiro, I'll go to Instance Response. Honestly, it really doesn't matter. I could just stay as Spirit Boon for everything if I really wanted to. All right, that's it. Conduit Gaming. Hope you guys are excited for that. Let me throw on the display capture. I've got my media here ready that will review all the tooltips. I already watched the live stream and I know how it works. You know, I'll give you a little TLDR spoiler. Love it. Think it looks really good. I also think the Engineer Elite spec looks really cool. I'll be honest. Really looking forward to that. It seems kind of up my alley for Zerging. It seems like a really cool, like, brawler. You know, that's the description they used, brawler. Let's grab some supply. Oh, never mind, we're fresh out. All right, let's meet up with the gang. Let me join Discord. Just a note, you guys don't hear Discord. It's like you routed out of the stream, but I'll be hearing that. Okay, got the intro out of the way. Hi, Mary. Welcome, guys. Welcome to the stream. Got the beginning out of the way. Welcome, VOD enjoyers. Hope you guys have a good day today. I know a lot of people will listen to this while they work and stuff through the day. That's cool. Shout out to you guys. Hit a like on the stream if you guys are one of those, or if you're catching it live, hit a like on the stream as well. Let me X up in chat. There we go. How are you guys thinking, or how are you guys feeling on the new Elite specs? So far, I thought Evoker was kind of boring. I'll be honest, I got kind of bored during the Evoker one. I thought the Amalgam Engineer was really cool, and the Conduit looks really fun. It really depends on how the rotation works on the Conduit. Of course, that's big deal on Revenant is the rotation, the energy management. But as long as they do the tuning and stuff, it looks fun. I like all the tools that Raza gets. I also am wondering how much damage Shiro plus Raza is going to do with all that extra power and ferocity you get from the kit. So that's going to be fun to play with whenever we're in the beta. Definitely going to be messing around with that. I think in the beta, I'll prioritize Conduit, and then I'll try Gale Shot, and then I'll try Amalgam, and then I'll try Luminary, and then Troubadour. Those would be like the priority of the ones I want to get my hands on. Luminary honestly does not look that interesting, but I'm just wondering if it doesn't look that interesting on the surface and it's just more fun to play than it looks to me. All right. Do I play Fortnite? I do look at chat. What's up, Vision? No, honestly, I don't really play Fortnite at all. Sorry if I'm a little slow on catching up on chat. Gotta keep up with the gang here. I don't play Fortnite. Honestly, I mostly play MMOs these days. But I used to be a big shooter player. Halo. All the CODs. Of course, you know, all the classics. Apex. I really liked Apex when it first came out. I liked Overwatch when it first came out, and then they added like way too many tanks to the game, and I stopped playing when that happened pretty much. No Ritualist? Oh man, you're totally right, Katie. Ritualist. Like, where does Ritualist go on? Ritualist probably goes above Troubadour and Luminary for me. Yeah, you're right. I definitely gotta check out Ritualist. I'm not super interested in checking out Paragon. I'll let the warrior players check out Paragon, and I'll just wait. You know, I'll just see how it works out later. But I'm interested in seeing how the rotation feels on the engineer, ritualist, of course, Conduit, my main. What else? Definitely forgetting. The Gale Shot rotation, of course. I don't think I'll really care about Antiquary, sadly. Another Thief Elite spec in the toilet. I do think that Ritualist has a really high possibility of having a nice rotation. If I had to like say which ones stood out to me as having a nice fun rotation and, you know, gameplay, in no specific order, I'll say Conduit, Ritualist, the Engineer really looked cool. Hold on, am I forgetting? I said Gale Shot, right? Honestly, I think those are really the big three. Troubadour is up there for me for the rotation, but it's more of a support type thing, and I don't know. I guess the top three for me are Gale Shot, Conduit, and the Engineer. That's crazy. I would have thought the Engineer one would be up there for me. What game am I playing? This is Guild Wars 2. This is an MMO. It's an MMO that was released in 2012 by a group of developers from ArenaNet, which created World of Warcraft. They kind of branched away and made this MMO, started developing it in 2007. It has received like 6 expansions or something. It has a new expansion coming out at the end of this year. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about the new class additions that they're adding. So this is an action-based action combat MMO. Right now, what you're watching is a open world PvP game mode, which is focused on capturing these territories between three team colors. All right, let's catch up with the boys. All right. Is there a queue or something? Why are we, I guess we're just trying to recap stuff. We take off monitor cap. There we go. Oh, man, I always forget to do this. I have to plug the old community Discord. Let me get the link. All right, let me get this link. You're talking about Conduit, you mean? It seems to have some access to splash out a lot of resistance and stab, so I'm not sure. We'll see in the beta. Sorry, guildies are talking to me. All right. Blue has your map. Yeah. Honestly, I have not logged in and checked the map. We just got relinked, right? Yeah. Alright, well, I guess we're cleaning up this mess for now. So I put the community Discord link in the chat if you're interested. It is particularly useful for people who are interested in getting better at the game or newer players. Oh, we're setting this up here. If you join the Discord, you'll start here in this text channel. Make sure you react to the Donkey Kong to get access to all the channels, but you get a channel with the announcements for videos and stream notifications. More importantly, you get access to the builds that I create. So if you click on these, you will get a link to the exact build that I played at that time. There's probably a VOD that can show you how I played it as well, located somewhere. I have a written guide for Renegade. I'll be, of course, writing any other guides for any other classes going forward and putting them here. Probably Vindicator next, I'm guessing. I'll probably put an Untamed one on there as well, although I already have the Untamed video, but anyways. Also, if you're interested, I have some optimization tips here on how to play the game, etc. All sorts of good stuff in there. Join it up if you're interested. All right, enough shilling. Bro's talking to two people. I'm multi-streaming, but yeah. There's a guy over there. They're about to jump on us. All right. I can't get through. All right. I got 2 down, 3 downs in total. Need some food, actually. Tag actually lived. He did. He got away. All right, let's catch up. So we're 18 with no healers, or 1 healer. Yeah, we actually only have 1 healer. Shit. Well, we got some content here. Only stripped 10 boons. Man, I really hate that sometimes you miss the boon strips on targets with the demon stance strips. Only got a little louder. I don't know where that. All right. How many people are not here? Oh, I see, we're missing one of our healers. Thought we were gonna fight. Alright, let's see how often I actually procced my sigil. I don't know if I did really much. Yeah, I never procced a single time. I'm not gonna use it. Let's go back to force. Alright. Ooh, steak, good. Alright, second highest on downs damage. It's pretty good. Strips is not great, honestly. I might just try to go full offense right now. Well, let's try Shiro with Severance. Let's give it a shot since I'm going to pulse out some stuns. Let's just see. Send you a mail. Yeah, you can print it out. What's up, Lord Arrow? Pulling next pack? I'm not sure what you mean. Yeah, I don't like any stuns. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, you used to play with this guild. Oh, really? That's cool. What's up, Wolf? Welcome, 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 guys. Yeah. Did we move up to you guys? Maybe. I think no. I doubt we moved up. I think we're probably still tier 4. I have no idea, honestly. I literally just like logged in, like as I started streaming. Who's commanding? Les QQ. Also, he streams on Twitch. All right. We have Bada on blue team. I don't know if that helps you figure out who we're on, or if we're against us or not. Yeah. It's his ringtone when he gets a text. It's that Wolverine meme with the pillow. Sorry guys, I'm talking shit in my guild Discord. Sorry. You guys don't hear that, so I'm just laughing like a fucking maniac. All right. Here's our matchup, by the way, Doc. You were asking. We are Rawls Rest. So if you're fighting Rawls Rest, come and get it. Dun, 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 dun. So far, so good, though. We found one group to fight. Not Rawls Rest. Oh, you're not. Okay. All right. Do. Give me your takes in chat on the new elite spec, guys. Conduit, Amalgam, Evoker. I'll be honest, I think Evoker is a bit of a wet fart. I think the only interesting part of Evoker was the Condi fire build where you spread the burning stacks around. That was the only interesting thing. Everything else was kind of, I don't know. It didn't really jump out at me. Engineer, sick. Honestly, I can't wait to play the Amalgam. I don't even play Engineer, but just it looks so cool. I don't know why. Just jumped out at me for some reason. And of course, Conduit. We're Conduit enjoyers in this chat. Conduit looks sick. I'm looking forward to Conduit. Definitely, it's going to be cool as a boon support, probably, and a DPS, I'm guessing. You felt like Conduit was whack? Really? Damn. I like the Conduit mechanics. I like the elite a lot. I like how you can kind of mess with it. It's true, there's nothing new mechanically. We'll see how it works out. I'm excited for the beta. It's like August 20th or something, right? I am excited. We'll see. I have a feeling it's going to have a fun rotation because the interaction between Shiro and the Raza, the AoE days that does like a big strike, that seems like it's pretty good in Zerg. So that plus Greatsword, that seems fun. I like the movement ability. I like the stun break that they had. The elite looks good. I don't honestly remember what... Oh, the Condi cleanse, that's right. The Condi cleanse looked pretty interesting. I like having a reliable, semi-reliable cleanse on the kit, if I remember right. It does seem like basically if you're playing Condi, you have to go Malix plus Raza, and if you're playing Power, you have to go Shiro plus Raza. And if you're going Boons, you have to go Dwarf plus Raza. So that is definitely a downside. But there is also the possibility of not taking Raza at all on like a Boon build or something and going like Demon Stance Dwarf and just shitting out Boons like crazy. And I'm wondering how that's going to work out. Greatsword 5 and Empowered Shiro with impossible odds. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking, Alaric. When I saw all of the extra like power stats and stuff, plus the impossible odds, plus the empower, I don't know, it just seems like there's a lot of burst potential. We'll see how it works, you know. Reserving my judgment. All right. So honestly, I'm interested in the power build for Raza and the boon duration build for Raza. You know, maybe being like a stab support or something, you know. That boy Kevin, what did you do to your graphics settings where you hardly see any spells? I'll help you, hopefully. so spell effects, here are the things that affect that a lot. So here are my settings. I'll go over it real quick. You want effect LOD checked. This limits how many like projectiles and stuff are in the screen. You want your character model limit to be set to low. The quality can be set to medium for me, but you can set that to low if you're having performance issues with FPS. Okay, so those are all the big ones here for limiting all stuff on screen. And then I think if you go here, so general options, I recommend here removing most of the names if you can, except for enemy names. It just helps clear up a lot of the stuff on screen while you're actually fighting, and if you're talking about large scale Zergs. And of course the camera settings, pretty big. Make sure that you set up your camera this way so you get a lot more real estate on your screen. Enable free, use free camera and make sure you have that enabled, and disable camera shake. It gives you a headache if you don't do that. And then a real big one here for cleaning up a lot of the crap on screen is going to be this competitive section here. Team colors, I have it set to enemies only, so you have a common set of colors for the enemy teams. It's easier to tell what you're looking at. And standard enemy models and standard friendly models set to enabled, and that makes it so it's your game processes less random stuff on screen. So as you see, this Reaper has, you know, like kind of like a base skin, you know, or the Scourge. So all these people are using like a base skin. It's not loading most of their customizations and stuff. That should help. Were you part of PóRR group running right at reset? No, I was not. I just got on today, or I just got on right now, pretty much. What strengths do you think Conduit will have over the other elite specs? I think there's a potential where, well, that's the thing. I think that there's going to be builds that are unique to the Raza. Like there might be a Raza healer with, there might be a support builds that come out of Raza that you don't find anywhere else, I think. But I think generally speaking, there's going to be a variation of the build that's competitive with another elite spec by the nature of the design of Conduit. Thank you. So I think the power Raza build is going to compete with Vindicator. I think the Boon Raza build is going to compete with Heralds, except for in World v World, where in World v World the best Boon support is Renegade. So the Raza build for Boons is going to compete with Renegade. So I don't know. It's going to depend on how it shapes up, you know, like Renegade versus the Raza Boon build, and then Vindicator versus the Power Raza build. It's kind of, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Was part of the Moscow. Well, good fights, man. I wasn't there, but I'm sure it was good fights. Happy to help, Kevin. Oh, I'll advertise here since we're kind of building sieges. I have a community Discord where I try and connect with you guys, help you guys out with some resources. If you look at the pinned message in the stream, you guys can join. I have announcements for streams and uploaded videos, build links for any builds that I have played and I thought were good enough to post here. Written guides will be coming here. I have only Renegade on here, but more will come. And then of course, if you have any questions or need help, there's a channel for that too. And then there's another channel just for having fun and chatting. So if you're into that, join it up. Happy to help you guys on there too if I'm not streaming. It's a 9k leap. Holy crap. Holy smack. All right, let's get with the tag. Let's focus up. All right, let's try Shiro full offense. Wow. Okay. Well, didn't get to test the full rotation there. They exploded. Alright. If you guys are having fun, please consider hitting a like on the stream. I would really appreciate it. It helps YouTube know you guys are enjoying it and sends it out to more suggestions. More algorithm goodness, all that stuff. And of course, subscribe. Oh, there's a guy with a banner over there. Let's get him. Stay on my tag here. Me and Tiffany just beat the crap out of the tag, I'm pretty sure. That was brutal. All right. Dude, this guy's just dying. Not even doing anything. Oh. Need some content. They're just exploding as soon as we get to them. Oop, not even auto attacking. Whoops. All right. Okay. What's my crit rating at? 93? Okay. Right, got some content here, boys. Oh man, they're big. That's so many, dude. What the fuck? Holy shit. That's a lot. With that many numbers, I probably have to go demon stance. We don't have enough strips for that, so let's try demon a bit. But let's see what my biggest Jade wins was. Damn, I hit an 11.4k Jade wins. All right. That looks like a group of 50 squishing a group of 25 or whatever it was. No growers. Yeah, well, this song's a little boring. Oh, there we are. All right. Oh, you know, I should check my Severance procs. Totally forgot all about that, like, literally completely. Oh, that is really bad. Yeah. Severance is terrible. Just do Force, I guess. I don't know. Could do Force or Fire, but I think Force is just better. We actually don't have a lot of stab, do we? Damn, I just realized I might have to go Dwarf stance today. Oh man, I don't want to have to go Dwarf, because it's harder to use the Relic with Dwarf stance. Nah, I mean, let's try Dwarf a couple of pulls, fuck it. Let's try to focus on the Relic procking. I never do this. You can only proc Relic with Greatsword if you use Force Engagement, so basically I'm going to try to use Force Engagement on a single target to proc my Relic for 7% damage increase. It's just kind of, I don't know, it feels kind of bad to do that. There wasn't even mounted. What? I thought I was mounted. Ow. Doot, doot, doot. Kind of munching, guys. Sorry if you guys hear that. I'm sure the sound of eating food is annoying. All right. What stats am I using in this build? Full Zerker, glass cannon. Berserker everywhere. You look at the top there. All Berserker. Ooh. Together. Hey, appreciate it, Barbaric. Enjoy. Feel free to ask any questions on Rev, man. It's a beautiful class. Oh, you guys have way too many. We can't handle this. So many people are just dying like before we even get to turn on you guys. There's a lot of people. No, I don't think there's anything we can do about that. Oh, let us go. All right, we actually got away. What's my initial thoughts on Conduit? I think it is interesting. I'm looking forward to it. I think it has overlap with a lot of the builds that are already currently being played, like Power Conduit is basically competing against Power Vindicator. So it's going to be interesting to see how ArenaNet is going to basically make the Power Raza or Power Conduit versus Power Vindicator any different between the two. It might just come down to a difference in like playstyle and like rotation and stuff, but eventually very similar. I'm looking forward to the Conduit builds relating to boons, because I thought that the boon uptime on resistance and stability looked pretty high. So I'm thinking maybe there could be a boon support with Conduit too. And maybe I'll play that, you know? That'd be cool. I totally agree, Barbaric. The engineer is looking awesome. That was my second place of the stream. Evoker got third place for me. I didn't really think it looked that good. Sorry, taking a bite. I'm really looking forward to the engine. It looked really cool. I thought the playstyle looked quite fun. The animations are a little goofy, but I like it. You know, Metal Mario kind of stuff. What else? I don't think I have any other comments, really. I think the Conduit build on the Evoker with the fire burning, spreading around, I thought that looked kind of fun. We'll see. They have the beta apparently in August 20th, which is like 12 days. So in 12 days, we'll have our hands on testing, so we'll see. It'll be fun. I thought the Raza skills looked really cool, like the leap that you get. The leap that you get looked really cool. The stun break, I liked it. Really simple, it's effective, low energy cost if you don't actually stun break with it, which I thought was interesting. And then the Conduit cleanse on the Raza Legend looked good too. I'm happy with that, honestly, because Conduit cleanse is usually a pain in the ass for Revenant, unless you sacrifice stuff in the build to get Conduit cleanse, or you take a legend that has it already, like Ventari, or if you're Vindicator and you go blue stance. So I'm happy to see a bit of Conduit cleanse in there. All right. Let's see, at least on paper you feel like power conduit seems way spikier. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking too. It seems like there's gonna be windows where you have a lot more power and ferocity and you can do like a big like bomb. So I'm wondering how that's gonna work out rotationally. If the rotation is fun, I'm gonna enjoy it a lot, of course. It'll just be cool to have a different playstyle to try for power. Seems spiker at the expense of the sustained damage, yeah. Bladestorm Light. You know, you bring up a good point. Alliance Stance gives you a lot of like melee grind, sustained damage, especially with the dodge. But without that, it's basically going to be more like Berserker style, you know, like, or DH style, big spike. Which, I don't know. It's so hard to judge. It's hard to judge. We'll see. I'm excited. I have faith that it'll be fun. I'm sure it'll be playable. I'm sure it'll be strong. What date does Ellie get nerfed? I don't know. Is Ellie too strong right now? Is Ellie too strong right now? Maybe like glass cannon Ellie's are probably doing a bit of too much damage, but I really don't know. Like staff Ellie's or something. DD Catalyst, that one build that people were playing for a little while. Man, they're so big. Holy fuck. I think I actually have to go dwarf stance. Ultimately, I feel like you could play any of the three specs as DPS and some fashion of support. Yeah. Yeah, the conduit's going to be the same in that way. There's probably going to be a heal conduit. There's probably going to be a power conduit. Probably a boon conduit. And something in between. It seems to be the way that they're trying to make everything work. You can play conduit, you can play power, you can play a version of support on each of the elite specs. Some of them are better, like Vindicator support's better. But yeah. Right. They think all the rev classes are weak. That's maybe in like GVG scenarios or something, but you know, I feel like all the specs and all the classes in the game are tuned well enough we can play them all if you're very good at them. Most people don't think that Revenant is good, like Vindicator. They're fine. All right, let's get back to the group. Somebody's down here. And get out of combat the rest of that guy. Oh, I just got out of combat. Who is it? I should get them up, but they're getting ready to go in, so I gotta help. I go in, demon. No way, are you joking me? I'm crashing right now. Man, that's actually so annoying. Let's see what kind of crash this is. Let me catch up with you guys. Didn't have to LE within the first 2 weeks of EOD. You're testing Heal Renegade. Yeah, Heal Renegade isn't that great. And that's because Alliance Stance has a lot of healing built in. Yeah, it's crashing on me. Fucking Christ. Yeah. What was I gonna say? Better than expected? Oh, really? You did better than expected. Some fine tuning with midget may be good. Wow. Interesting. Have I tried turning off Arc? Yes, I did. I tried turning Arc off my last stream and it didn't change anything. You're getting spike heals from Kala. Oh, I can see that. Also, hold on. You hate the World Hero Ventari? Yeah, I don't like the rotation on Ventari. I don't like spamming the heal skill very much. You know, now that I think about it more, I could definitely see a Minstrel's Renegade with Ventari working if you really wanted to. I could definitely see that, but the problem is, like, what are your weapons? Like scepter, shield, and then like what, mace? No, you can do like mace, shield if you want to do like blasting with Caracosa, and then I don't know. What weapons would you use? All right. The new Righteous Rebel is misleading. It's 4% increase to heal output per stack of fervor. Oh. I could oh well, I can't switch now, but I can totally see that. The problem with the Cal heal is that it's a well. So sometimes you need to like heal spike on your renegade stance when you can't really heal spike because the group is moving still. But maybe that's not your job. Conduit minstrel? No, we're talking about renegade. Monk with Righteous Rebel. Staff. Oh. You went staff, scepter, shield. I could see staff working, actually. Honestly, if there's a heal renegade, I'd be kind of happy about that. The heal renegade is that people that's on meta battle is not good. Don't really see people playing it. I don't know if it's better than like offense renegade though. Like half power, half boon. But I guess you're not really competing with that. You're competing with what? Druids, Vindicator, Tempest. That's really the test. If you can really compete with like Vindicator healer. Shield too good for double staff. Yeah, I thought shield 5 or shield 4 was good healing, right? How good is heal Vindy? I don't know any heal Vindy mains. Like, I'm alright at heal Vindy, I just don't like the rotation. So I play like the boon. If I have to heal, I would switch. I'd go Jalis instead of Ventari. I'm not able to do anything here. Kind of lagging a little bit too. I couldn't do fucking anything at the beginning of that fight on those stairs, man. Alright, let me catch up with you fellas. You want Rev to heal fractals, but either way. Really? Rev's not good at fractal healing? Huh. They either suck or there's no info on doing it. There's gotta be a heal Vindy, like a boon heal Vindy. Like, no, really? Yeah, lack of cleanse without Ventari, I know. That's why I don't really like to play it, because I feel like I'm just like a bad support. That's why I just go Druid if I have to go healer. I'm glad I found Druid, because I was kind of sad I didn't really like any of the healers so far I was trying. I was sad that I didn't like the Rev healer as much. However, if you have time, or if you time it, Callous, Stun Break, Stab, yeah. Yeah, I know. I just ignore that skill completely, but you're right. For Heal Renegade, you have to... You're like taking a trait that buffs it. Resolution is just so worthless. It's only good if your cleansing isn't up to snuff, really. Oh, let's check out all the stats on that. Top damage. Nice. Where's Relic of the Claw? Good uptime. Okay. Is he gonna take it back? Nope. Our strips are definitely low as hell. You get why permanent lack was a problem, but come on. Yeah, I know. I definitely agree that permanent lack was not the solution. I just don't know. I've thought about this before. What could they possibly do to the F4 to make it not terrible? What boon? Because it has to be pulsing boons, right? It could be pulsing cleanse, you know, that could be interesting. Maybe. You know, what do you guys think about that? What if when you press F4 it gives resolution and also pulses like one cleanse or something? Resistance, of course, would be top tier. Resistance is like the most important boon in the game. Oh, we gotta wait till it recharges. Next is stability, of course. I feel like having a little thing that cleanses every once in a while on there's, you know, that's not bad. Gives resolution, you know, throw out like one cleanse, whatever. Better than just nothing right now, because it's pretty much what it is, just nothing. I honestly don't even use it right now because I don't take the trait. Pulsing barrier, ooh, that's not a bad idea. Like a small packet of barrier. I don't hate that, actually. That's a good one. Don't get near the wall, they're bombing the wall. A lot of people gotta play real careful, guys. Oh my god, I can't move. Nice. Almost got pulled in. Yeah, I think if I remember, the F4 is 20 energy to pick up on that conversation there. Hey AJ, what do I think of new rev spec? I like it. I think it's going to be interesting. It's really going to come down to how fun the rotation is. I like the utilities that they got on the legend stance. I like the idea for the mechanic. It's not super interesting, but I think there's a chance that it'll have like some fun skills to play around with, so I'm happy. I was hoping for some new mechanics to be added to Revenant, but you know, I agree that we have so many mechanics already baked into Revenant because of the legend thing that it's hard to imagine them adding another legend stance as unique utilities on them again and balancing that against all the others. So honestly, I'm pretty happy with how it turned out, because I think it'll be a playstyle thing and a numbers thing about whether or not you play. You know, at some point they'll get all the tuning close enough for like the power conduit build and versus power Vindicator, and then heal conduit versus heal Vindicator, and boon conduit versus boon renegade. You know, all that stuff. Once they have all the tuning figured out, I think it'll end up just being like you play which one you like have more fun on. I think that conduit looks fun for roaming though. I'm not gonna lie. Power roaming on conduit looks quite fun. I don't know where my music got touched. It's a little loud. Yeah, the traits did seem interesting to me. It seems like they have like some rotations already in mind with the playstyle. Yeah, I agree the resonance skills were not as interesting as they were sounding, but I am pretty happy that the elite looks pretty fun. I feel like Renegade or Revenant generally has very boring elite skills. You're hoping for a Weaver-esque spec that lets you mix two legends. Oh, yeah. That's a cool concept right there. I don't hate that. You know what I thought it was going to be? I thought it was going to be like we have access, we can customize, like, oh, you know, I'll be honest. I thought there was a chance that you right click your utility skills here, and on Conduit, you can pick which ones from the other legends to add on top of the Conduit skill. So, for example, if you want phase traversal plus the Conduit stun break plus banish enchantments, you can do that. That's what I thought it was going to be. But yeah, honestly, it's okay. What's up, coinies, fafos? All you gamers, welcome. Welcome. Oop. I'm using horse still, by the way. I'm gonna start demon stance and try to get like a pool at the beginning of my rotation. Okay. Wow, we ran over them. Kind of accidentally Nomad's advanced a bit too far. Let's see. Ultimately, you're not mad at what we got? Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. I'm not like crazy excited. I am excited, you know, like tentatively. I'm sure it's gonna be fun. It just wasn't like, honestly, I wasn't really sure what I was expecting, so I feel like most results I would have felt this way anyway. Ultimately, you're not mad. Yeah. I'm looking forward to the lore of the legend too. I find the character interesting, so that's another bonus. You don't care about any of it unless there's a fun. Yeah, exactly. If there's I'm sure that there's gonna be a fun high bench rotation for Condi and power for Conduit. You know, in PvE, PvP, and or not PvP. In PvE, and then in World for World, I'm sure that they will tune it so that it's relatively fun. They did pretty good with the rotation on Untamed and a couple other classes, I think, in EOD. So I don't know. I have faith that they'll do a good job. Who knows? Yeah, you're probably right. I remember the initial balance on Vindy. The initial balance on Vindy rotation wasn't great. And Untamed, they reiterated like 2 times, I think. So, I don't know. I just trust their most recent like changes to their classes. They all feel pretty in tune with how fun it feels to play the game. So I don't know. They have a lot of good, I guess, what do they call, like, goodwill with me. I trust them that at least the Conduit one looks like they know what they're doing. That was a lot of kills there. Nice. Untamed used to literally be spam unleash for lack. Yeah. I honestly don't remember that version. I remember the version that they had where you like got cooldown reduction by using CCs or something. And it was kind of ass. I remember that one. And then when they got the new ambush skills, it really, I don't know, felt better, I guess. Let's go Shiro. Let's just try going full just DPS. Yeah, that one, that Untamed variant wasn't good. I remember that one. They're leaving. Actually, let's do one more demon stance, but I'm gonna not use any pools on myself. Just focus on just stripping. Just stripping boons. Alright. So far this link is looking pretty good, guys. Good content. Fatfo coin, you know, pretty fun to fight. I just hope we can keep up the numbers to fight them the rest of the week. Hey, what's up, guys? If you guys don't mind, please consider hitting a like on the stream and subscribing to the channel. It would really help me out. It spreads the channel across the YouTube algorithm, getting more people maybe investing in World, maybe trying the game, a new expansion coming out, and all that stuff. It's a good time to join in. Even if you're just stream sniping me, guys, I don't really care. Hit a like. Sneak snipers are welcome. Non-stream likers are not. Oh my god, they're gonna siege us. Okay. They kind of split up there randomly. Looks like we have this SNK tag with us this week, so maybe we have enough numbers to actually have decent fights this week. Huh. All right. I'm definitely up there on strips, so I'm gonna keep that up. I'm not gonna switch that. Oh god. What? Got pulled, I think. I don't know why we positioned ourselves there, to be honest. Alright. Mosswood is pretty stacked. Yeah, Pan Alliance. Pan is good. Wait, Coin is in Pan? Oh, I didn't know that. Damn. Bum, 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 bum. That's a pretty good fight, but we lost because we decided to stand on the bridge. I feel like that's a troll. Standing on the bridge versus Dragon Banner. Question mark. From the healers that can sustain that, I mean, I don't know if any beta healers can really heal always through the Dragon Banner. That's a lot of damage it comes through. Especially if they actually have a banner build, like the Mesmer build, or even the Spellbreaker build is not bad at it either. Alright, let's go ahead and find another playlist. Oh, copyright free music, so good, man, wow. My damage is not amazing. I mean, yeah, I think my damage is fine. We just have a lot of people that are close to me, which is good. Strips are decent. I am hitting crowd control. Yeah, I think I saw bad earlier, Alaric. On blue. Ooh, you're up there. Getting hit by siege from up there? What the hell? Right. One of the druids. Think I'll stay demon. Okay, well, on my sigil stacks. That was something. Ventral hammer's definitely cranked. But I assume that my claw relic was not up for a lot of that. Yeah. It's the problem with dwarf stance is that your CC is much less. Now let's try Jade Wind's spamming. See if it's worth. Zerg Vindy damage. Yeah. Full glass cannon, baby. If you position well and you trust your supports, you can go nuts. If you go Shiro, you have like a lot of tools to make sure you don't die as well. It's a good sunbreak. Seven downs count. Pretty good. Man, Vindy's up there with on the damage. You got to give it to Anet. I feel like every time I play a class, the balance is like quite close in terms of damage. Not like I've played like a DPS and been like way like 2 times higher than most people on average or anything like that. It's always like, you know, the people who are playing the class that they're good at and you know, they had a good pull with me, they usually brighten up there with me, so that's a good sign. At least I think. I don't know, what do I know? So 93% crit. Full glass cannon. Force. I could try fire. I kind of wanted to test fire a bit, so let's do that. I've been running Eagle Relic. Oh, Eagle Relic, right. Somebody told me about that. I forgot. I totally forgot about that relic. I actually had it somewhere. Eagle Relic. Yeah, man, the Eagle Relic is a good one. I should try that. I'm following the wrong thing. It's a good one. Yeah, I could totally see that. You're probably totally on something right there. Eagle with dwarf stance might be better. If not, thief, of course. Consistent. I like claw with a Shiro build if I don't have to worry about dwarf stance or demon stance, but it's pretty rare, I think. Do, 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 do. Indoors. If I get a chance, I'll try and pick up that relic, and if I go dwarf stance, I might just throw it on. But honestly, dwarf stance with Isgaren relic could be the play too, instead of claw. I might try that later on. Play it real safe here. We're kind of tippy-toeing. Boom, boom, boom. Save my stacks, I guess. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, we can definitely kick there. Yeah. All right. So let's try. Honestly, I wasn't too crazy about Jade Winsing spamming there. So let's try a dwarf stance with Isgaren relic, the old classic. Let's go the old classic. Hammer, greatsword, firework relic. Firework relic, huh? Yeah, sadly we just have too low of cooldowns. Firework relic is good for greatsword, I guess. Yeah, you know, honestly, I can see that. You can park it once on each weapon, I guess. It's not terrible. But, yeah. Alright, let's take a look at that last fight. Damn. We really couldn't do much damage there. Oh, that's where they are. Oh, also fire relic, fire sigil, not doing a lot of damage, so going back to force probably. Yeah, I think just force is the best one, sadly. Range damage sigils, ranged weapon sigils are very boring. You have like fire, air, and then the on swap ones, which are usually pretty bad. Yeah, I hope they make some new sigils soon. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Down in front of you. Good bomb. I think we're outnumbered. I can't tell. Good damage on Akbar. All right. Check my mail. My mail. Oh. Oh shit. All right, animal. Thank you, sir. Let's try it. Let's go ahead and throw it on. Ooh, actually, what? I thought I bought it. Oh, so I don't have this one. All right, let's give it a go. Some extra execute damage. I'm sure that's going to be good. Glad it worked out for you, Barbaric. I heard most people had success, but I had a couple people tell me I had some problems with it, with the install. So I'm glad it worked for you. I think our strips might be lacking. Man. Let's look at the last pull. How are the strips? Do I have to go back to strips? Yeah, I gotta go back demon. I can't drop demon, man. We'll stay relic of the eagle though. I wanna see how it feels. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Where are they at? We got 30 dudes. Are these all people from my guild? Yeah, I think so. So we have 30 guildies. This is like an actual guild group. Honestly, we're doing pretty good. Not gonna lie. Not terrible. Boom, boom. I guess we're just PPTing this. What? All right. You're an EU player, but I heard a lot of things about Meguma. Is the server still bad? There is an alliance called the Mag Swag, which is basically the remnants of that Meguma server. And yeah, it is kind of still bad. So basically an entire alliance of cloudy roamers who play like range damage builds, you know, or assassin builds and stuff. Yeah, I'm running Swift Termination, my friend. I pretty much always do. I think Brutality is just worse than Swift Termination almost always. But yeah, definitely want that synergy on there. Wait, I didn't get supply. Oh, God, I keep doing that. All right. Mag mentions, or Mag transitioned from being the most annoying server to play against to being like a 500-man roamer alliance that you just kind of have to deal with. Yep, that's a perfect description, I think. Yeah, honestly, the thing is with the Mag is that if you're like running with your group, like your Zerg or whatever, you have to constantly be wondering about your tail, and your healers have to constantly be paying attention, right? And it's kind of taxing, you know, if you're a healer. I've had to heal against Mag, and it's there's no breaks basically. They're just constantly trying to hit you, you know, and you can't really catch them because they're using like mobility builds, you know, like staff LE with meteor showers, and they teleport away, or you know, whirlwind bombs that they, you know, jump away or whatever, you know, that kind of thing. So yeah, it's just very tiring. It's, I don't know. They don't really like unite around one group or one tag or anything like that. Where are they coming from? Ooh. Guess not. All right. Just a reminder, guys, after the stream, after the Zerg run with my guild, I'm gonna go over the Conduit live stream traits. We'll go over Amalgam and Evoker too, but obviously I really care about the Conduit stuff. We'll talk about it, get your guys' ideas on the traits, maybe the play styles that they're going for. We'll do like a little 30-minute whatever review on it. Yeah, we lost some positioning on that one. Well played, boys. To be honest, my tag shouldn't have ran through the second time. I think the damage is okay. Strips Strips are okay, I guess. I feel like we should have a little more of it. I don't know what we're missing. Finishing power, I guess, because we're not finishing our downs. This would be easier if I was playing Spellbreaker Untamed. Trying to add strips into the rotation is rough with these angles I have to try and land them under. Big spike at the beginning. And I guess we never really got to commit again. I think we're just tippy-toeing a bunch. Alright, let's see. You've dabbled some Untamed. There's a lot going on. Yeah, there is a lot going on with that spec, but once you kind of like, I don't know, get the muscle memory or maybe get used to it, get used to it, it's really fun, and it has it's fun, and it honestly doesn't have, it's not as complicated as it looks at first. I don't know if you guys checked out, but I have that Untamed build guide on my channel, and then there's also a Untamed video. Kind of, it's a bit of a showcase, I guess. I feel like we can't grind down our kills. I'll try going back dwarf stance for one more pull. You played Ellie for 11 years, that's right, I remember. Going to multi-class roaming, yeah, that makes sense. Alright, so I guess that brings up like what's fun roaming. My opinion, I like Untamed roaming is fun. Soul Beast roaming, I think it looks fun. I have not played it, so I can't really say. I think Conduit Druid looks pretty fun. But not more fun than Untamed for me. I like power builds a lot. I honestly don't really like any of the roaming builds for Guardian. I don't really like Willbender that much. Dragon Hunter isn't super fun. All right. Let's think. What else have I played that seems fun roaming? Oh, obviously Vindicator, Renegade, and Herald are all three pretty fun. They're coming. down next to you. Thank you. Oh. Sorry. I can't help him. Yeah, just let him kill me. Let's see. Let me catch up to you guys. Do you prefer power builds? Yeah, I like power builds the most. I don't know. They're more reliable. Conduit builds. My problem with Conduit builds is just that you can't win every fight as a Conduit build, and you can win most fights with a power build. You can usually slip your bursts in between people's defenses, or kite until you can do that later with power builds. But with Conduit builds, you pretty much are relying on them not having enough cleanses, and you being tankier than them. And sometimes that's fun, like on Selly Renegade or Conduit Renegade. It's pretty fun because you have a lot of CC and you have enough burst to get downs. Stinks. Somebody got crashed. But most other Conduit builds I find just don't have enough punch. But I've not tried all the Conduit builds, so you know. I've tried Conduit and power on Guardian, Warrior, Revenant. Not Ranger, I guess, so I don't know. We were kind of doing a lot of damage. Yeah, Boomstrip is just not great. All right. Yeah, Power Renegade is it is good, but you have to play real careful. I like to throw in like fireworks runes on my roaming Rennie because just a little extra boon duration kind of feels nice on there. Helps with you know, regen, resistance, stab, and swiftness too, to an extent. Not that we really care about that on the roaming build because you get it every 5 seconds if you're spending energy. I usually play till you get tired or have a few me too drinks. I feel like Power Renegade is like playing Power Vindicator on like hard mode, except the styles are a little bit different because Power Renegade has like a lot of like CC bomb, whereas Power Vindy is a lot more burst and mobility, but still quite similar. Power Soul Beast. Power Soul Beast, huh? I've not really roamed on Power Soul Beast. I wanted to try that Conduit one. It was kind of funny. You're really tempted to go NG? Conduit doesn't grab you, really. I can see that. Conduit, it's not flashy, you know, it's not like all these new things to play with, but I don't know, to me, the Buildcraft, I can see the potential. But Amalgam, I don't blame you. The Terminator Engineer vibes looks really cool. I'm definitely going to try it out. It's probably going to be the second class I try. I think I'm going to try Conduit in the beta. I'll go Conduit, and then I'll go Gale Shot, and then I'll go Amalgam, and then Ritualist, Troubadour, I think those are all the ones I really want to make sure I try. Those ones I want to make sure I definitely like just give it a go because they seem cool. Yeah, sure, I can see that. You do have some new buttons to play with. I can see how you can see how people are thinking it's PóRR. Demon Stance is just too good when you don't have enough strips. Being able to strip right before I like Spear 4 or strip right before I'm like doing like a greatsword combo is quite good. I'm the only one getting downs count. It's just me basically cranking. That was a good one. I kind of had to move it a little weird on that one. To be honest, I separated a little bit. Eagle. Wait, so how does Eagle work? Is it a buff? Or I don't know if it'll really tell me. Because it's not a buff, right? It doesn't give you a boon. Let's see, buffs. Yeah, it's just a passive. So it's just like the trait. So basically, the way that we'll tell if Eagle is working for us is if you see me really high on the downs damage spike meter here. If I'm up there consistently, then it's working, I guess. But honestly, I think it's working. It's hard to tell, obviously, but I like it, I think. Yeah, so far so good on that one. I'm gonna give it a good number of pulls and see if I'm like really up there on the spike damage, then might be the way to go. To be honest, we'll see. I'm strip bombing right before I'm spiking, so although the other DPS also has strip bomb when they're spiking too, so that's my Tiffany is gonna be my best comparison here. All right. What's up, guys? Welcome to the channel. If you guys are having fun, please consider hitting a like on the stream, sub to the channel. I stream every Monday and Wednesday, and sometimes I throw in a couple other streams through the week, depending on what's going on, if I'm busy, etc. I wanted to stream today because at the end of the stream, I wanted to talk about all the new elite spec traits and stuff that we're getting, get everybody's takes on it, kind of share my takes with you guys. What's I gonna say? Honestly, I wasn't really saying anything else. I think maybe I can do a tier list, but maybe I'll wait till the beta to actually like put my final opinions on how they're working. So I didn't really look at Luminary enough. Kind of should wait to beta for that one. Ooh. Appreciate the sub, Barbaric. Welcome, welcome. Here we go.
The great dwarf's power is upon you all.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you, sir. And or madam. Okay, we're creeping up. Getting closer. Eagles notice when your runs. Current comp is Boon Chrono Burn. Okay, so you're doing the same thing. Boon Chrono, Burn Chrono. That's good what we do. Conduit Scourge is interesting. Conduit Scourge is interesting. I don't know what kind of scourges we're using. I can see that with Conduit Scourge plus Burn Brown. That's probably better. But honestly, I think our comp is just kind of based off of what people like playing. I don't know if we have a lot of people who enjoy Conduit Scourge. So I think generally we lack Necromancers and Mesmers, which is kind of a shame. They're going from behind. Other side. Okay. Down spike damage looking pretty good so far. Okay. Locking it in, locking it in. Hey Archie. Oh man, you told me that and I haven't done that. I should do that. Wow, the EWP over there. But no, I have not done that. Ugh, I should do that. In fact, let me write it down. Move files to program files into SSD. Necro, Mesmer, and Injury are the three most popular classes in your guild. Really? I actually don't know what's the most popular class in our guild. I don't know actually. We have a couple of NG mains. We have a couple of people who like playing Ellie a lot. We have one Spectre main. I was gonna say Thief, but he really is a Spectre main. And we have a couple support mains that play like a couple of different things. Hi Looper. Is there any place left for Rev Hammer these days, or has Spear totally eaten its lunch? I'll be honest, Spear and Hammer are very similar. So if you don't have one, the other is pretty much the same. There are minor differences. So if you think about it, Hammer has the advantage if you are attacking at greater than 600 range for any extended period of time. Spear is better if you're in melee range for a lot. So because the meta is very melee oriented right now, Spear is a little better. But if the meta was a bit more range pressure oriented, perhaps we would see Hammer being better. So both weapons have a CC, a poke tool, and a damage combo, a burst combo, right? No way. That's funny. Got this guy's power. Okay, but that's a support. That is a power tempest. Thanks. You have both. You're just more comfortable hammer. Honestly, if you want to stick with hammer, you're not going to be much. You're not going to be like that far off from a person who plays spear. They're very similar. They have a very they have like a burst combo. You know, 5. If you're playing spear, it's 5-2-5. If you're playing hammer, it's 2-3 or 5-2-3. Or sorry, 2-5-2-3 for hammer. Both of them have a CC. You have an evade frame on both weapons, so they're very similar. They honestly, I don't know. I kind of look at them like a mirror of each other. It does also depend on comp too, of course. Some commanders really like coordinating hammer 5 across a couple of revenants. So if you're one of those, if you're in one of those groups, then hammer is probably preferred. But if you're not, and you're in a group that prefers to be more like melee heavy, and they do like a strip bomb, then perhaps spear is better. Da, 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 da. Yeah. Honestly, the balance between hammer and spear is very close. I just enjoy spear a little bit more now because I played with hammer for like, I mean, nearly a year. Because hammer was really the only weapon for Vindy for a while. Hey, appreciate the sub. Welcome, welcome. Hammer Herald meta, yep. They still do that. They still do like a strip hammer bomb. I forgot what guild I was in that they were doing that, and I was like, wow. So I joined in. I helped them. You know, I switched out spear. I put on hammer. All right, so I didn't even look at the numbers on there. So we're pretty up there with the downs spike damage. That fight was a little weird, so it's kind of hard to. It's hard to really extrapolate anything. So let's just like do this length of time, because it looks like we kind of stopped around here, both of us. So. Very similar spike damage, me and Core Warrior. Pretty good. Alright, alright. How'd my fireplace go? Pretty good, man. Pretty good. Gonna do a little touching up this weekend. Gotta rent the truck, pick up some material again. Thanks for the feedback. Nah, no problem, man. Feel free to ask around. Check the pinned message on the Discord. Or sorry, check the pinned message in the stream chat. I have a Discord for the community. You guys are free to join that community and ask any questions. I have a lot of resources in there that I have put into there for you guys to access. And more importantly, it's really a place for you guys to like talk and discuss things if you guys wanted to. For me to connect directly with people and help them. A lot of people were messaging me directly in game or asking to join our guild Discord and stuff, so I figured making a community for everybody's probably the way to go. It's also a good place for me to upload all my builds, to be honest, because it's getting annoying keeping them all in a file, and then every time somebody asks me, hey, do you have a build for this, and then I have to go look it up. Is spear good on is spear on a rev good power? Yes, it is. Spear on rev is good power and Conduit. You're looking at power Vindicator right now. Power Vindicator spear. I'm a DPS role in this Zerg. Ooh, doo, doo. All right. Easiest probably Spellbreaker DPS, right? Yeah. Power Scourge. I guess Spellbreaker does require some positioning, I guess, but I don't know. You're so tanky on Spellbreaker. It feels like it's so... Somebody in my guild was asking what's the easiest strips DPS, and somebody said Power Scourge, and they're probably right. I don't play Power Scourge, so I don't know. I think Spellbreaker DPS personally, but it's pretty easy. Have I seen the reveal live stream? Yes, I have. What do I think about it? All right, Alaric, you take care, man. Really appreciate you stepping by. Or stepping by. You have a good night, man. Take care. Have some water. Stretch. Take care of yourself. What do I think about the new stuff? I really like it. TLDR. I think Conduit looks great. The Amalgam... Well, I shouldn't say great. I think Conduit has potential to be fun. It probably could have been more interesting. But I'm gonna hold that opinion until I test it on the beta on August 20th. Your kids haven't learned the fine art of sleeping in on a weekend, man. They're still waking up for their cereal and having watching their cartoons, Saturday morning cartoons. All right, well, you take care, Loop Gadoo. But what I was gonna say was, in summary, I think Conduit has potential to be fun. It probably could have been more interesting, but I'm gonna wait until we get our hands on it on the August 20th to kind of, I don't know, to say more confidently what I think. Amalgam looks really cool. I don't play engineers, so there's a lot of mystery to that still for me, but I thought it looked really fun. Metal Mario it looked pretty funny. Yeah, no problem, man. I thought it looked really cool as a Zerg DPS build. I like the concept a lot, and I can definitely see it being fun, but it's going to be another one of those where like the playstyle plus rotation are going to have to be good for me to really enjoy it, maybe make a build up on it. And then I'll be honest, Evoker did not excite me as much as I was hoping it would. I thought the only spirit from Evoker that looked pretty cool was I guess the frog. The earth frog was kind of cool, but it's a little boring. But the only one I thought was cool was the firefox. It pretty much seems like Evoker was built around the firefox, in my opinion. I like that mechanic where you put a bunch of burning on one person and it spreads it to the enemies near. That seems pretty fun, flavorful, cool play style. Probably not going to translate into the WoW world, really. So Evoker, I don't really know what the deal is with that one. I don't know where that one's going to land in the meta. I don't really know what builds are going to look like on that one. It's like a big question mark. It might end up being a support. Maybe a Conduit roamer, maybe a power roamer. But I'll be honest, the air rabbit, the air hare did not look very cool. Kind of boring. But yeah, that's my take on the three. I tentatively excited for Conduit. I like the power Conduit stuff. I thought that looked pretty cool. It's like you get a bunch of bursts of stats, and I don't know, it seems like you're gonna be able to it seems almost like burst windows, and that seems cool. Yeah, Conduit does look like a cool playstyle, like Malik's Conduit, I'll be honest. I just fell down and died. Gravity gang. Represent. Nobody clip that. We're just lemmings. I'm having a sympathy suicide. My mom always asked me if her friends jumped off a bridge, and I said I would. Funny. We had like 4 people fall and die. Alright, enough trolling. Yeah, Conduit looks pretty cool, I'll be honest. I also think that Boon Conduit, like Boon Duration Conduit, maybe like a Diviner's, you know, half Boon, half, you know, kind of like Renegade. That looks pretty cool. I like the Chalice pulsing out resistance and stab and stuff. We'll see. I'm tentatively excited about it. We'll see how it goes. What's happening here? What is going on here, man? We're so disorganized. Yeah, I think Power Spear Conduit can be good. Let me think about it. Power Spear, yeah. I do think that Power Spear Conduit can be good, and I think here's kind of what I'm thinking. So if you're using Shiro, you gain access to a teleport that also dazes and does strike damage plus vulnerability. And I'm hoping that might be part of like a fun little like bomb that you can do in Zergs. Not to mention it's going to be good in roaming. I think Spear Power Conduit is going to be good in roaming for sure. Power Spear is already good on everything you can play it on, like Herald, Vindy, Rennie. The one thing that I think Conduit might be lacking is crowd control. So I'm trying to think, how much CC did we see on there? We have a little bit of CC with the Elite, with the Immob. So I don't know. But it's hard to tell. It'll depend on number tuning. It'll depend on how much access they have to certain CCs and stuff. For roaming, I mean. And then for Zerging, it's just going to be number tuning, basically. If it does enough damage, it doesn't matter. You know, you can even just take Malix as your secondary for strips or something. I don't know. It's gonna be weird because Conduit is just competing with the currently existing builds. It's basically Power Conduit. It's gonna be like versus Vindicator, and then Boon Conduit is gonna be like competing against like Herald and PvE and Renegade and World v World, and then Heal Conduit is gonna compete against Heal Vindy and Heal Rennie. Which it'll probably be better than those. I can see that pretty handily, but I don't know if it's going to be better than Power Vindy. It's going to have to have like a really good damage profile and a really fun rotation or something. Because one of the things with Conduit is that if you're playing Power, you get locked into Shiro, sort of, maybe. I mean, we'll see. That's kind of how it seemed. So if we get locked into playing Shiro on Power for Zergs, then that means that we don't provide any utility. Really, like no group utility. So I don't know about that. We'll see how it works out. I have a feeling there's going to be some iteration on Conduit. They might change a few things. I guess I'm hoping they do, you know. Bump, bump, bump. Let me pick up some sharpening stones. Which one is it? Is this one? Right? 3%. Yeah, that's the right one. All right, let's get back to it. That's one thing about Conduit is that because it's trying to like reinforce your secondary legend, that it might actually end up restricting you. And that is what I'm worrying about with Conduit. Everything else about Conduit seems pretty cool. I like the wisdom. I like all the different types of playstyles. It looks like you can facilitate, but I'm just worried about the power variant being locked into having to play Shiro all the time. Because right now what I like about Vindicator is that it feels like I can switch to Dwarf, Shiro, and Demon really at my will. There's probably some that I prefer more than others, right? I like to be in Demon more. I don't know. The energy bar color for Raza wasn't really fitting. What was the energy bar color? Am I tripping? Energy bar color. Wasn't it yellow? Was it yellow? No, yellow is a renegade, isn't it? Was it black and red? Black and red? All the icons were like black and red, right? Black, blue, red. It was green? The energy bar was green. Really? Wow, how did I miss that? But yeah, you're right, it's green. It has Shiro's green. Look, check it out. I have it on stream right now. It's right there at the top. Like what? Why is it green? That's gotta be that's gotta get changed, right? They're just using Shiro's color. Isn't that just Shiro? What? Why did they do that? I assume that they're gonna change it to like orange yellow, right? Or they'll match this like blue black, this blue, dark blue, light blue, red thing color they're going with for the icons. I am surprised it's not. I thought it was this color. You see this like aura? I thought it was this color, this yellow. I assume they'll update it to be this color. All right. Alright. Only stripped 13 boons there. I guess I wasn't really using it there actually. I was using my leap almost on every energy dump. So they're definitely gonna update that color because that's literally just Shiro's color. Ooh, I totally missed that spear 5. Guess they're not coming. Alright, nobody gonna come fight us anymore on EVG? I thought we got a couple fellas. defending. Appreciate the likes and subs, guys. Really appreciate it. You guys are gaming. Just to refresh my page, saw it went up a bunch. I didn't even say anything. You guys are animals. Alright, cool. Where did my tag go? What? Oh, it's right there. Alright, just to reiterate, I'm going full glass cannon today, guys. All berserker. No vitality, nothing. Just straight up power, precision, ferocity on every item. And at the lovely suggestion of one of our viewers, I'm using the Eagle Relic. Boy Alaric, I believe it was the one who suggested it and sent it to me. And back with the Cruelty Force and Spear, standard, and the Hydromancy Energy on Greatsword. So the Eagle Relic gives us 10% extra damage to targets 50% health or lower. So it kind of stacks with Swift Determination a bit here. Boom, boom, boom. Nice. Pretty good damage. I was kind of focusing on stripping boons a lot there. Honestly, maybe I shouldn't have. Nah, actually, nah. It's fine. I should be focusing on boon strips right now because our strips are so low. Bum, 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 bum. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Let's switch playlists here. Pop, 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 pop. Why isn't it called Goopmancer? Dun 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 dun. Yeah, all logic is out the window now. I always thought it was holograms. I like that somebody in my guild is saying that they thought the evoker spec was cool. That's good. I'm glad some people thought that was interesting. It did not call my attention, sadly. Good pull. Nice. Good performance in the numbers there. Let's I feel like I can probably go Shiro, I think. Feel like we feel pretty stable, so I'll try Shiro now. And I'll get like all three. And it's a quick succession against the same group. Maybe that'll be some decent numbers to look at. See what I think. Although I'm not using Claw Relic right now, but that's fine. I think Eagle is pretty good still with Shiro. Definitely got synergy. Ooh. So the thing is, when you're playing with Shiro, is that you want to energy meld in Shiro every time, so you can Jada Wins 2 times. And I have a bad habit of desyncing my energy meld from Shiro. Off topic, your Arc DPS tutorial works fine. Is there a reason it doesn't load? Wait, really? It doesn't work in WvW. I've never had that problem. Perhaps you need to, I don't know. Well, I don't think I really got to use Jada Wins. Bum, 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 bum. Where's the weapon? Hey, appreciate the sub, guys. Appreciate the support. Ahmet, welcome, welcome. So you're saying it doesn't work in WvW. So why? Try making sure that you have when you press when you open up the options menu in Arc DPS that they you have these check marked so that they show up in WvW. Feel free to message me in the Discord, Barbaric, if you keep having that problem. You can shoot me a message in like the build or game help section. think the dwarf a bit here. Bum, 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 bum. Right. All right, that was a bit of a grind fest, guys. Holy crap, we made it out. Oof. Good stats there. 9 downs count. I was kind of strip spamming there. All right. Trying to think. I think I'm pretty much mandatory on demon stance for strips. I can't switch out right now as much as I'd like to test Shura. Oop. Nice. Axon Core Warrior. It's pretty good, man. You didn't have the damage tick? Okay, good. All right, now I'm happy that's working for you, Barbaric. I've had a few people let me know they had some weird bugs when they installed it, so I thought maybe you're running into that. So happy to hear it's working. Every day I feel like they're just gonna update something, it's gonna stop working, and then I'm gonna get a bunch of comments of people saying, "Hey, it stopped working. It doesn't work." Boop 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 boop. Boop boop. All right. So let's try Isgaren for a little bit. Actually, I don't know if Isgaren is consistent enough. All right, let's just keep Eagle for now. F it. Mistburn, I could go Mistburn, but right today I'm going like full glass cannon. If I use Mistburn, I overcap a little bit. It's good though. I'm just trying to test something different because I already have a build that I tested with Mistburn. You basically put all dragon stats on the right side and Mistburn relic. So right now I'm testing Eagle. If I go Dwarf stance, I'll try Isgaren relic. Not sure what else. Basically, I'm trying to compare like going full Berserker versus that relic. Kind of get what my opinion is on it all. Okay. 10 downs count, holy crap. So this is why I like the Eagle relic so far. It seems like it's really helping my spike damage, which honestly I think is worth it. It's pretty good. We'll see though. That wasn't really a good estimate, but that's just kind of what it feels like. I am noticing my spikes are landing and getting downs more often, so... Welcome guys, welcome to the channel. If you guys are having fun, please consider hitting a like and subscribe. Would greatly appreciate it. Alright, let's join up all of the gang. Apparently my healer went down. When I tried it, its overall damage was very low. Oh, really? Well, I have a log from yesterday I'm going to compare to, and then we have a couple of fights from today earlier this stream that we'll check it out and see how we match up, basically. Right now I'm just paying attention to downs count and spike damage while I have the relic on. If I'm more consistent on this meter, then I'd consider it a success. I don't know if it's better than using Claw or Mistburn. All right. All right, pretty cool. So my downs count is high. My downs spike damage is good. My spike damage is the highest still. It's hard to say whether or not that's because of Ego Relic or not. The thing is with Ego Relic is that you're guaranteed 10% damage if you strike people who are gonna go down, but as Garen Relic, you have to evade them, so it's better if you're in melee with Dwarf stance. Claw is good, but it is hard to keep 100% uptime unless you're going Shiro, which... I don't know, how much was my strips mattering? Yeah, 60 boon strips is kind of a lot. If I could switch off of strips, I would probably try going Claw and Shiro. If you have to go Demon Stance, what is the best relic? Is it Eagle? It's either Eagle or Mistburn. But the Mistburn one is if you put in Dragon Stance. Like if you want to go like full offense but don't go Shiro. It's either Thief Relic or Eagle. I don't love Thief Relic that much. It's very average. I wish there was an easier way to see how much value I'm getting from Eagle. It's not a great way to tell. Ooh, 30k spike on Akubizi at the beginning of the fight. I wasn't even awake, bro. What the fuck? This guy was spiking and I was still asleep. Yeah, they spiked right on the engage. I did not spike right very well on the engage. I fell down and got mispositioned. Boom, 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 boom. It's unblockable spike. Wait, what? Hey, what's unblockable spike? What do you mean? Oh, you're talking about the warriors again. Are you gonna come defend this? Alright. You know, it would be nice if Revenant can get some unblockable, but we use too many multi-hit moves for unblockable to be valuable. Like Greatsword 5, Shortbow 3. Some of our utilities are multi-hit, like Impossible Odds, Vengeful Hammers, Banish Enchantments. It would be kind of nice, but We wouldn't utilize it that well. Not like Berserker. Berserker loves unblockable. You just get a fat Greatsword 5 or Primal Burst, not Greatsword 5. Oh, that's why it's Spike Tower. Oh, that makes sense. Blue just spanked their booty. Grippo would be so great, but there were, yeah. Unblockable on short bow would be good. It'd be like one of the biggest covers of our weaknesses on short bow. The only reason I like or care about unblockable is because is really just because of trying to kill guardians and mesmers who use blocks a lot, like tanks basically. They're broken. Honestly, the entire time, all I did was wait for my strips to be ready and then do a weapon burst. Wait for my strips to be ready to do a weapon burst. And every time I'd get downs. What build am I playing that I use Malix? I'll explain it for you, my friend. I'm playing full Berserker right now. Full Berserker power DPS Vindicator for Zerging. So I'm using Eagle Sigil, or sorry, Eagle Relic, Dragon Hunter Runes, Cruelty Force on Spear, and Hydromancy Energy. I'm only using Malix to throw in some strips into my party, because if you look here on the bottom on my boon meter here, we only have 1, 2, 3, 4 other people stripping. So I'm using Demon Stance to cover for the fact that nobody else is using any strips in our party. If I was not having to play Demon Stance, I would probably either use Isgaren Relic with Dwarf, or go Claw Relic with Shiro. Where's Claw? Claw Relic with Shiro, and just spam Jade Winds. In fact, let me go Dwarf Stance for one of these fights with them. Actually, no, I just can't switch to Demon. As much as I want to test. Thanks for explanation. Yeah, no problem, man. Feel free to ask. Hit a like and sub on the channel. I stream every week. What is happening right now? Underwater combat. Premier gaming. But my crit is not capped? Yeah, but that doesn't really matter, Ahmet. You don't have if you're at 93% crit, it really doesn't matter. The difference between 93% and 100% in Zerging is not a big deal. Using full berserker plus whatever extra precision that you get from I'll explain why the crit doesn't matter for you, Ahmet. The difference between a person being at 93% crit and 100% crit is around less than 2 to 4% damage loss, assuming worst case scenarios like you missed a few crits in your burst. But in most scenarios, you're not really gonna miss crits in Zerg. It depends on each class. Some classes like Berserker really don't want to miss any crits, so, you know, take each with a grain of salt. But on Vindicator, I think around 93% is fine. We're getting double teamed here. Let's see. Yeah, a lot of people are not running Vindies, but I'll be honest, Vindy is still good. If you want to be a Vindy player, don't be discouraged. I am a DPS main for my guild, and I am a Vindy main, and I usually am like up there with all the DPS. So don't sweat it too much about what the meta is. You'll find, just make sure you find a group of people who like playing with you and that you enjoy playing with them, and you don't worry too much about it. Play what you like. Alright, that's right guys, let me catch up with you guys in chat. Vinny needs more ferocity. You must play Core Warrior and the ferocity goes over 2.4k. Well, look at my ferocity. I use Dragon Hunter runes for extra ferocity and Cruelty Sigil for extra ferocity. So I've min-maxed. I can tell you, I can show you how to calculate really the stats, but I've min-maxed my stats so that I have the right amount of ferocity for the amount of power that my build generates. All right, that's with Bloodlust. Yeah, well, Warrior is different. I think you have some different steroids than Vindy. Vindy has power steroids instead of ferocity steroids. Also, you're using dragon stats, I assume, right? I don't use dragon stats on this build right now. Oh, that's fine. I'm kind of honestly kind of tired. Hey, how you doing, Riders Live? Welcome, welcome. My hands are kind of cramping. Oh. We got sandwiched. All right, 6 downs count. That's always what matters in the end. Downs count, downs, and spike damage. These two. What was I gonna say? Oh, I am using full berserker. You're sacrificing some power to get more ferocity, and the reason is because warrior doesn't get power bonuses. You get ferocity bonuses from like your sigil. Okay, revenant is the opposite. We get power bonuses. So with 25 stacks of might, we get extra power. So that means that our build generally lacks ferocity, not power. But that's only at max stacks of might, and that's only at I'm not saying you're sacrificing everything. If you're using dragon stats, you're losing the power for some ferocity, basically. Because if you're using full berserker plus mistburn, you're overcapping crit for sure, and you're wasting some stats. Follow my advice. Found another guild that had blast. Oh, nice, dude. Love to hear it. Good. So what I was gonna say is that I'm using Dragon Hunter runes and Cruelty Sigil because I get extra power from might, so my build usually is missing ferocity. So you can do this exercise. I'll do it with you on stream. This is how you calculate. This is how you calculate your ferocity. So basically, there's a point where if you have a certain number of power, if you gain more power, it's not worth it. Instead, you would have preferred to gain ferocity. And the way that you calculate that is with this formula here. Trying to open my character panel. There you go. So the way that you calculate that is you take your ferocity number, which is, for me, it's 1330 plus the sigil, which is 250. So when I have my full stacks, I'm at 1550. And then if you add in this number, 2250, okay? If I am ever over 3,830 power, it is no longer worth it for me to have more power. So if my power goes up to, like, let's say 3,900, each point of power after 3,830 would have been more useful as ferocity. Okay. And the only reason that really matters is on core rev, or sorry, on rev, is because of the notoriety thing, the extra might per stack. So if I go to max stacks of might here, I go all the way to 4K. There is an Excel, I think, for that, but if you know the formula, you don't need the Excel. So if I go to max stacks, I go to 4K 4K power, which is basically about 150 power more than my limit. And the reason why this is the most optimal damage is because when you're in World, you're gonna get some precision and power bonuses and ferocity bonuses from all of the like Borderlands, Bloodlust, and all that stuff. And my crit is at 9180 right now, and if I use Mistburn Relic, it'll be at 92. It'll be at 102%, right? And that's before any of the Borderlands or Bloodlust stuff. So if I use Dragon's Gear, I lose some power, but I gain ferocity, but the conversion still doesn't work out because of how close I am, basically. Because I'm only at 150 power over the cap where it becomes more worth it to have ferocity. It's actually just worth it to just go full berserker. This is actually like min max as hell. Go full berserker and don't worry about trying to get crit cap. Just allow your crit to float around to 92 or 93%, and then use a damage relic instead of using a relic that just gives you 10% crit. Because if you use Mistburn, you're losing a relic that gives you an extra modifier, which is huge. So if you're like, you can be a 10% modifier, 5% or 7% depending on your class. That modifier is not worth the power loss plus ferocity gain, and then as well, it's not worth the like 6 or 7% chance of crit that you lose. So yeah, that's the math on that. There's also another argument, by the way, that you can use a accuracy sigil and that'll crit cap you, but an accuracy sigil on average is less than 5% damage, so it's worse than force. That's why force is more consistent and better. So that is the explanation on everything. That's the explanation on why you don't really want to be at crit cap, because you're sacrificing power to make that accommodation, basically, in the end, through all the conversion that you do with the gear and all that. You're losing power, you lose the damage modifier from the relic, and your goal is to spike as hard as possible, and you're not really gonna notice any crits that are missing. So I mean, if you look at our logs for tonight, you're not gonna see me like missing like a ton of crits, really. Like, I'm at 90% crit, and that's not gonna be really anything that matters. As you can see, all my big hits, usually I'm critting on them. But it's up to you. What I do is I put one assassin's piece on my back piece to increase my crit like a little bit. So technically speaking, if you want to be extremely optimal, you can probably switch this to Zerker and probably do like this one Assassin's Piece, and that'll be like around 50 or 95 or 96% crit chance, and that's probably good enough without sacrificing any power. Because again, if I max out my power right now, I'm about only 100 more, 150, 160 more power over. So keeping into consideration Bloodlust and all that other crap. Borderlands Bloodlust is what I mean, not the Bloodlust sigils. But yeah, that's kind of the idea. But yeah, this is pretty much like maximum possible damage. Technically, you can go like Claw Relic and go, like if you want to go full offense, this is how you would do it. You would go Claw, all Berserker, Cruelty, Force Spear, Hydro, Force, or Energy. I like Energy better than Force on the Greatsword. And then, you know, just go the usual damage traits. And this is your rotation. Dodge, Scavenger Burst, 5, 4, 2, 5, Dodge, 5, Scavenger Burst, Switch, Jaded Winds. You can do one more. You can do whatever you want else in Spear. You're gonna want to Energy Mode in Shiro. You can go to Greatsword at any time. This is your rotation. It's actually like crazy good damage, but the problem is that you provide no other utility to the group, and it can be kind of tough to be able to get to that point where your supports don't need any help with like the strips or anything like that. If you're in that position, it's awesome, but you know, pretty rare. So if you look at my Claw Relic uptime down here, it's pretty much 100%. So look at that. That's why. This is in my opinion the theoretical maximum on Vindicator. I think. I can't figure out anything that would be more consistent for damage for this. But that's just, I don't know. Bro has the wiki in his head. Well, I play Renegade a lot, or Vindicator a lot. I like to solve these things and know for a fact. So I look up these things online and then I don't know, min-max on my own. You know, sometimes you min-max on your own and you end up doing the same thing that all the meta builds are doing, which is what happened with me with like DH. I tried to min-max DH and Berserker and ended up just going pretty much what everybody goes on those. But on Vindicator, I think is a little different. Or just go NG spam, yeah. Honestly, NG Flamethrower is pretty cool. It's been seeing some representation recently. Scrapper Flamethrower. Do one more Greatsword too. Yeah, they buffed it, right? Pretty cool, honestly. I don't hate it. Whoa, look at that 85k spike. Oof. That's DH level spikes on my testing. My highest spike on all my testing was on DH, on those exact same dummies. 88k, almost 90. Unlike Rev, yeah. Rev is a bit tough to play. Scrapper, I don't know yet, but it seems, I don't know, everybody says it's pretty simple. I don't know, I'm excited to give it a go. I'm sure that once the Amalgam comes out, I'll try all the engineer stuff because I like Amalgam a lot. Alright, party people, let's go over really quick. Let's go over the Conduit stuff real fast. I know a lot of you guys have been wondering, so let's do it. Let me also pull up the animations from the video. Ba-da-da-da-da. Let's see. It's kind of hot in my room. Why can't I find the Guild Wars 2 like page? Guild Wars 2. There we go.
Blazing restoration.
Videos, plus podcasts.
Lower and down. Evoke.
Here we go. All right. Let's talk. Hold on, let me jump out of Discord real quick. Okay. A couple of things on Conduit. The affinity mechanic is interesting. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how it's gonna feel. That's one of the things I was wondering. So if you don't know, if you spend energy on your utilities in your legend, you gain one of these little pips, one boom boom, and when you do that, it increases the potency of the F2. The F2 generally does something different for each of the alliance, or not the alliance, jeez, of the legend stances. Condi Malix looks cool. You know, you spam a ton of Condis. The Shiro one looks okay. It's just, you know, just some damage. We'll see how this combines with Impossible Odds. I think that could be cool. And then this one right here, the channeling the form of the warrior, the dwarf stance stuff, where you get you're pulsing out two big boons, and then you can add stability on there. And I think that's gonna be pretty cool. I like the stun break. All right, so the utility skills that we got, we have a pretty average heal. It's just a heal and you take less damage after. It's a little boring, but you know, whatever, it's a heal. Now here is where we start looking at some interesting stuff. So Beguiling Haze is unblockable days. Holy fuck, man, an unblockable days, guys. Isn't that good? Isn't that like crazy good? That is pretty fucking good, right? Shadow Step to the enemy, dealing and dazing them. If it hits, you can use this skill up to 2 more times. What? I didn't even read this part. What? Hold up, what? Excuse me? Send an unblockable fragment toward the target opponent. If it reaches, you Shadow Step, dealing damage and dazing them. If it hits, you could use the skill 2 more times with no energy cost or cast time. With no cast time? So I can queue up abilities and just fucking pour it on people? There is no extra days on the same enemy. Holy fuck. That is crazy. I didn't even realize that you get 3 uses of this. Dude, power conduit roaming is gonna be disgusting. Or I guess roaming on conduit, because this would be useful on Condi too. It's a daze too, so it procs a Keem relic. So Condi on this could be good. Unblockable days is insanity. I actually love that. Alright, so if you have Assassin Stance on your secondary, the skill becomes a ground targeted. Damn, a ground targeted unblockable daze. If it does good damage, this could be good in Zerg, especially since you can use it more than one time. That's gonna be a weird one. So heal skill looks good. The mobility skill looks really good. The stun break I mentioned is all right. It's a short cooldown, which they all are short cooldowns. But this one's 10 energy if you don't stun break, and if you do stun break, it's 30 energy. Wait, it's a stun break for allies? Break out of stun, damaging and weakening enemies. Gain boons if the skill strikes an enemy. Remove? No, it's only for the boons, I guess. Damn, you gain resistance and weakness. That's so good in roaming too. A stun break that even if you don't stun break, doesn't cost much energy and it splashes out. Weakness and resistance. Holy fuck, that is good shit right there, man. I'm not gonna lie. That is pretty fucking good. This might get nerfed, I'll be honest, because for 10 energy, I can give myself 3 seconds of resistance? Isn't that insane? Seems too good. Like, I can't imagine a worldbender trying to engage on me. I can just press this and they get weakness, I get resist, I walk away, or I do a dodge. That's crazy. All right, Hex Eater, remove condies, then fire projectiles that inflict random. I don't really care about the projectile thing. I like the consistent condi cleanse thing, as that's cool. I do like that it's random conditions, because there's a chance that, like, let's say you cleanse like bleed, poison, fire, or burning on you, and you just send back like chill and slow or something. I hope that that's possible. I would like that little bit of RNG to be in there. That's kind of fun. Oh, I was gonna say that the cosmic wisdom for dervish is boring as fuck. It's just basically impossible odds, except every 3 seconds you pulse out damage and stats. So boring. Definitely feels like the cosmic wisdom is something that you would prefer to use in your secondary legend. Like, you want to heal more, you want to boon more, but who knows? We'll see how that works. All right, now the crazy ass elite skill. I'll be honest, I love this elite skill. It's like the first elite skill on Renegade or Revenant that I like. So you basically, you do an attack around you and then also summon a little spirit that does it too. So this is one of the skills I wanted to show. So the Beguiling Haze is the teleport. Isn't this insanity? Dude, oh, but it's a projectile, isn't it? Oh, but it's unblockable, so it doesn't even matter. Projectile hate doesn't even matter. Oh, this movement skill is gonna be disgusting. This is gonna be so good. It may not be broken OP or anything like that, but it's just gonna be nice and reliable, which is like all you care about. Stun break, and then the Condi cleanse, and here's the elite. All right, so that's the elite right there. So you summon a spirit of Raza somewhere else, and you do the same effect around you. I like this elite a lot. I hope it's usable rotationally. I think that'll be fun. So typically, all right. So by default, it does a bit of damage, gives you might and bleed, and then if you have assassin stance, would it stack? Yeah, it would. Both attacks hit the same targets if you're like next to each other. If you put it on top of yourself, if that's what you mean. It's actually what this is about to tell you. If you have Shiro as your second legend, this skill does extra damage and applies immobilize if you're hitting people with both you and the Raza spirit. So if you cleave with your summon, you immobilize on Shiro, which is really good. Very cool. Then Demon Stance, it has some packets of strike damage, really low, but confusion. So that, again, that's bleeding plus confusion, or bleeding plus immo, which is good. Not too OP on the Demon Stance one, especially since if you are using Demon Stance Resonance, you have access to a lot of boon spam, or Condi spam with the Cosmic Wisdom, so it makes sense they didn't overload the elite on that one. We'll see though, maybe they buff it. Yeah, like if you're in the same place, yeah, correct. All right, heal allies in the range in front of you and onto fragment. So basically healing it where you put the well. Kind of boring. Well, not boring, it's just what you would expect. Healing and cleansing, right? You're using the healing one, so it makes sense. But here is where I like, this is the one I think is really good. Dwarf Stance. Gain boons when you begin casting the skill. Enemies struck by both you and the fragment are stunned. So basically, the elite pulses stab and resist, which is really cool. The elite is a 30-second energy and 10-second cooldown, so there might be some sort of stab resistance boon build going on with dwarf stance cooking up, and I'm looking forward to that one, to see how it works. This is the trait art, looks pretty good. I'm expecting the energy to be this color, it's like yellow color, but that's also the renegade energy color, so we'll see what they decide to go with on that, to be honest. All right, so here are the traits in this, you know, they're placed on this, in this block here based on this this picture here. So enigmatic connection is this first one, and it basically gives you the Raza stance, and it gives you the cosmic wisdom, which is they really haven't explained a lot about the cosmic wisdom. Honestly, the cosmic wisdom is really straightforward. It's just if you spend energy on utilities, you gain these stacks that you spend on this ability here, and that ability turns on one of these effects: dervish, mesmer, monk, assassin, or warrior, depending on which legend you're in when you press it. And that's pretty much it. It's honestly quite straightforward. It's not as complicated as everybody was thinking it was going to be when they saw all the resources and stuff. All right, so gain affinity when you use weapon skills. So I kind of like this. I think that might be good for Zerg. There's a chance that, like, I'm not sure actually. This is gonna be one of those that depends on how it works rotationally, because this one would be good to generate a lot of cosmic insight quickly and spend it quickly. But the problem is that I don't think that we're going to be able to dump cosmic insight very fast. So I don't know if this one will be good or not, this top one. But I like the idea. The cosmic wisdom and affinity thing seems somewhat weak to me. It is very simple, I agree. It is very simple, but I think what they're going for with on the cosmic wisdom thing is that they wanted to give you something that would interact with your other legend when you're in that legend, because that's usually what they do with all of the F1s, right? They give you something that you can use while you're in your non-primary legend, usually, except for renegade or renegade generally. You use all those in the renegade stance, ironically. We'll see how that works out though. I'm like, this is the cosmic insight thing is where it's all gonna kind of hinge on the balance, whether or not it's fun. So we can take a trait that generates a ton of it. We can get a trait that cleanses us when we activate the wisdom, so when we press F2, and also when we cap out on our stacks. I don't really like this one. I think capping out on stacks, you cannot always, well, actually it's not true, because you only cap out on stacks when you press a energy costing utility. So I don't know, this one's just a little odd. It's okay. And I like this one where your max affinity can go up to 5 instead of 3. We'll see how that works out. Could be cool. This first trait line is going to depend again on the rotation and stuff. We'll see how it works. This is fine. A little bit, I don't really love this passive because it really locks you into wanting to play Shiro, because you gain 120 power plus 5 stacks of might from this other bonus. These are just 2 passives bonuses, and I don't know, it feels hard to play a power build and not take that by not using Shiro. All right, anyway, the middle traits, when you swap legends, reduce the recharge. I like this one. So basically this is saying that if you have 3 cosmic insight, reduce the cooldown of the 20-second cooldown of cosmic insight by 6. If you have this trait, which increases it to 5, and you legend swap at max, you're reducing it to 10, that could be interesting, because 10-second cooldown matches up with legend swap and matches up with weapon swap. So there could be some sort of rotation where you get to max, you get to 5 affinity, you do your legend swap, and you have a huge boost because you're keeping up your cosmic insight form all the time. You basically turn it on in each legend. So you go Raza, you turn it on. You go Shiro, and then you end up turning it on. We'll see how that works out between these two interacting. I think that one could be fun. Lingering determination. If you have at least one affinity, you basically heal, gain endurance, and you gain it back in affinity and legend swap. Very boring. I hope they fix this one. I'm not expecting this one to be super cool. Boundless knowledge. Unique benefits granted by cosmic wisdom has increased effects. So this one is also one that we'll see how this one works out, basically, because this is basically going to be, we're going to be locked into this if it's too good, which I think is going to be what's going to happen. So if we get locked into this, what does that mean for these other ones? Like maybe this, gain affinity when using weapon skills, so you can get to your 3-stack fast, but then it's a 20-second cooldown, so that means you'd use it only in one legend swap every time. And what I mean by that is you would use this to gain affinity with weapon skills. You get to 3, you turn it on quickly early in your legend stance, and then you switch out and you come back to that legend stance, and then you can do that again because the cooldown's back. I don't really love that. I mean that's fine, I guess. Or you can go this one where it gives you 5 stacks of affinity. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be basically like you have these damage windows with the Cosmic Wisdom Assassin thing. And if you have your Cosmic Window running, you basically have another 180 power. So it's going to be basically like you want it running all the time. So I don't know if that means... I don't know. There is like some conflicting gameplay here. We'll see. This is all going to come down to the rotation stuff. I like this though. I like the idea of making like the Cosmic Insight like a really big buff and you spiking with it and stuff. We'll see. Right now I'm thinking either expanded consciousness or conductive armaments plus boundless knowledge is probably gonna be the go-to way, unless the recurring insight and the 10-second window thing is the way to go for Conduit. Those two I think are pretty clearly the ways it's gonna go. I think one might be PvE, one might be PvP. We'll see. All right, last traits: misfire. You apply burn when you disable people. That's what? Yeah, when you apply burn when you disable them. Damage and daze enemies when you turn on your wisdom. That's pretty good for Condi builds. Go proc Hakim again. If you interrupt. Kind of boring though. It's like basically a trait that once every 20 seconds or 10 seconds, if you are using the 10-second wisdom, you get to stun. That's pretty bad. All right, twofold embodiment. Using your F2 grants you... that's right. I like this one. Using your F2 grants you the bonus of both legends that you have, which is kind of boring for power. Yeah, it's kind of boring. I don't like that one. I hope they rework this one. This is boring. Perpetual wisdom. The effects of cosmic wisdom now last indefinitely. Oh, this one was the one I thought was really cool. Basically, it turns it into a drain skill, and I kind of like that because basically, if you think about it, if you can turn it on in every legend, so you can go boundless knowledge, perpetual wisdom. And you can use, I guess, conductive armaments to stack it real quick. But the problem is that the cooldown doesn't go down. I don't know. We'll see how this works. I have a feeling this is gonna get changed up a bit because it's just not... It's not as clear cut as Gale Shot seemed to me. But there's hope. There's hope. There's some interesting stuff here. You got the Condi build, you got the heal build, you know, the heal build looks okay. I'm not sure if it's going to be a good healer. I think it's going to be a boon support or a power DPS, probably both. I'm guessing you go either dwarf or assassin, and you either go boon duration or power. If you go boon duration, let's see, what would you go for boon duration? You probably would go expanded consciousness. You probably would go maybe recurring insight, just to spam it more, and then maybe twofold embodiment for the boon builds. Could be also perpetual wisdom. This grandmaster traits are not super great to me. But to recap, the heal skill is alright, the teleport skill is really good, the stun break is amazing, the Conduit cleanse is not too bad, the elite skill is pretty fun. The F2 is not super great for most of the other builds. I think for power it looks pretty cool, and for boons it looks pretty cool. I'm not, and Conduit too. So Conduit, power, and boons are the 3 builds that look good on this. Yeah. Alright. I think that's kind of everything I had on this one. I'm looking forward to this one. Tentatively. I've said that a few times. Alright, let's go over to Flubber. Let's go over look at the Amalgam, the other class that looks pretty good. So the Engineer looking pretty good. It looks like it's going to be a melee DPS maybe, or a boon support. I'm not sure really. I don't play Engineer. But real quick, the elite skill is like an AoE pull that does like strike damage around you. The stun break turns you into a puddle for 1 second while you can move during it. The heal skill puts a little healing over time effect on you that heals for more if you have barrier active. And there's one of these utilities, I'm forgetting which one it is, what it does, but the big thing on this specialization is the F1, F2, or sorry, the F2, F3, F4. You can change them to be whatever you want. And they have some really good options. Some really cool attacks, some really cool defensive ones, some really good utility ones. And then you have the evolve that they just did right there. And when you evolve, you get 10% stats, and then you get the resilient strain on the bottom there. One of these was basically a big like melee attack slam on the ground. See if we can find it for you guys. That one looks really cool. That one looks like it's gonna be good in Zerg. There's like a lot of like cleave in this specialization. Big sword, big cleave sword, which looks good. You have some ranged cleave, which that one doesn't seem so good. This one does seem so good. This spinning hammer seems quite good. So you have this big cleave sword, you have this big cleave spinning hammer, and then you have a utility that does like a big ass AoE, which looks good. This one here. Stability, a leap, plus a daze. That's a good ass utility right there, boy. It's called solid state. So this is the puddle. I think it's a stun break, right? No, it's just an evade. So it's not a stun break, but it's an evade, makes you untargetable. That's right, gaseous state. This is a utility that makes you harder to hit and stuff. Kind of weird. Right here. This is the big ground slam. Plasmatic state. Looks really good. That one looks like it could be very good in Zerg. Looks like you have like a really fat spike damage on this this spec. Looking forward to it. I can imagine you cleaving with the hammer, the sword, the elite, that utility. There's a lot of potential here. So that was the elite, by the way, this like spinning thing. It's a pool plus ticks of damage plus bleed. All right, and we'll make this quick. We'll try and skip through. I feel like I kind of got through everything there. We'll skip the traits. The traits look pretty cool, but too specific for me. So with the evoker, I'll be honest, this one looked the weakest, but the Firefox, basically you gain an F5 ability and you charge it up by using your weapon skills, 3 of them. And then so basically 3 weapon skills, and then you can use one of your what do they call this, familiar ability, and then 3 more weapon skills, another familiar ability, and then 3 more weapon skills, and then another familiar ability. And then once you've done that rotation 3 times, your familiar ability levels up and it becomes like an upgraded attack, basically, that you only use once. It's kind of ass. Kind of wait until they actually use it. So this is it. It just puts a bit of a ignite. It's like a little fireball. And then once it like gets to max stacks, which it looks like it's at right now, you can even see it has like some sort of visual effects, I guess. I never noticed that before. Yeah, and it changes to conflagrate, which is an AoE that transfers burning stacks to targets around you, or targets around the enemy. So this is the only interesting mechanic that I noticed, like the burning spread around. That's cool. Everything else about this elite spec is boring, in my opinion. So the water spirit, it just shoots out some healing. You put down a field that does a stun and healing. So if your enemies get caught in it, it's a stun, or it's Conduit, cleanse, and healing. Wow, really predictable, and who would have thought? The lightning one is really boring as well. It's just like a strike in an area and it marks them for extra damage, and then when they get to the max stack, it changes to lightning blitz, and it just like kind of jumps between the targets that you marked and does extra damage. So basically just passive damage. Kind of boring. Honestly, I was hoping that the air one was more interesting, like CC oriented or something. Jeez. Sorry, but they saved the CC one for my boy the Terratoad. So you got the Water Otter, the Firefox, you got the Air Hare, and the Terratoad. He looks pretty cool. So he has a daze plus barrier on the target that you hit, and then levels up, and it becomes basically Jarvan ult from League of Legends. He just goes Demacia, and then summons a ring that enemies cannot get out of. That's literally what this is. Enemies cannot walk out of this. It's a warding ring. I think that one is cool, I'll be honest. Only the fire and the earth familiar I thought were cool. Fire one boring, earth one is cool because, you know, a controllable stun plus the Jace or Jarvan ult is kind of cool. These meditations are boring. They just do extra stuff based on your might stacks, I think. So extra damage, burning, and might. The stun break is the water one. Convert condies into regen and stun break. So kind of boring again. Not. I mean, it's a good stun break. 5 condies cleanse, but I don't know. And then you got this other utility, which I also thought was not very cool. Dash to a location and evade. So basically like a spear 3 on Revenant. Like that. It's like a little bit longer, of course, but very boring. If you go through people, it does damage. It's also a stun break. I think they're all stun breaks actually, aren't they? Yeah, the utilities, this evoker build honestly does not inspire me. I just don't care about this at all. We got the Froggy, block incoming attacks and strike enemies with rocks, gain protection if you channel completely. Oh, gain protection if you channel completely. If earth is your specialized element, it's also a stun break. Oh, that's right, that's what these meditations are. All of them are stun breaks if you're in that element. So if you're in fire, the fire one is as a stun break. If you're in water, the water one is a stun break, etc. Animation's alright, kind of boring. So yeah, overall not super impressed with this. So the elite is the only cool thing. You use all 4 of the familiars at the same time. I honestly was really hoping that all 4 familiars were accessible to the elementalist all the time. That's kind of how I thought it would be. Like each time you switch elements, you have access to play with a new ability, but it seems like the way that they decided to do it is that you lock in to one of them, and then you can use the elite to get this like bonus by getting all of them together, which I think is a really boring way to handle that. I don't know if is it really that OP to give them the fire one, you know, on like, I don't know. I would have preferred each, like if I'm in fire, I get the fire one. If I'm in earth, I get the water one. You know, I don't know. It just makes more sense to me. But I think they really wanted to like allow you to customize it, but just to me, it just makes it less interesting. The traits, I don't play elementalists, so honestly, I'm a little too dumb to understand completely how good these are. But I don't remember any of these jumping out at me as interesting. Protection we disable. Boring. Burn when you grant regeneration. Really? Huh? Oh, when you use a heal skill. Okay, that's boring. Gain might, inflict burning. Yep. Okay, it's just like a Conduit thing. Grant regen when you dodge. Wait, they already have that. Their other things, right? Gain outgoing strike. Hold on. Gain increased strike damage and get tankier when you're above certain thresholds. Okay. This is one of those confusing ones, but basically do more damage when you're high health, take less damage when you're low health. Wait. What was that temporary bonus you saw? Mouse over that again, buddy. Oh, well, that is so boring. Gain a temporary bonus after using a familiar skill. So basically it's saying every 5 seconds, keep this stacked up. Ugh. Or every 15 seconds. Wow, that was boring. Heal yourself when you use your familiar skill. Oh my god, I'm falling asleep. Remove conditions and grant them use boons when you familiar. Oh, okay. Hold on. You cleanse your lack in water. Your quickness in hair. So they want the air one to be quick. So this is gonna cleanse and either a lack or quick or prot. It's pretty good. This very boring though. You can, ooh, I like this idea already. Specialized element. You cannot leave your element, your basic, wait, you cannot leave your selected element, your familiar's basic skill charges more quickly. Activating your familiar's empowered skill recharges your weapon skills. Oh, fuck. Holy shit, I like this. This is like the only interesting trait so far. I like that idea. You're locking yourself into one element. I like how it's all fire, by the way. It's cool. Anyway, I don't want to like linger too long on this stuff, but those are kind of my general ideas on all of the 3 that we saw today. Hope you guys had fun. I'm gonna call it here. It's already 2 a.m. Holy schmoly. Hold on, what's going on here? I think we're looking at some logs. Hold on. Right. Trying to open their reports, but it's not letting me. Why? Kind of wanted to show them. It is something interesting to look at. It's not letting me open these logs. That's all right. All right, guys. I guess I will cut it out here. Since I can't actually open the logs, I'll just hang out with the guild and review with them. I will see you guys again on Monday. That'll be the next stream. Sorry, just catching up here. All right, cool. Hold on, let's go somewhere cool. Oh, I forgot to mention I unlocked my griffin. Took me forever, but I finally got it. Behold. Oh, I didn't realize I was pressing buttons. Oops. Wow. Success. Yeah. All right. I was gonna go somewhere cool, but honestly, I don't really know where there's cool anywhere nice on this map. So let's just YOLO, go somewhere over here.